gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Renaissance Man broke outward, and Solomini's Legacy took the worst of it at the beginning. It's Solo Flight who jets out for the lead. Mama's Minis towards the inside has nowhere to go as Solo Flight was able to cross over on that one. It's Nilrock who's wide and taking out Yohida Moneymaker and Renaissance Man further out than they want to be. So a lot of early trouble here for a few of the runners. It's Nilrock on top. Solo Flight defers in second. Renaissance Man and Yohida Moneymaker third and fourth. Then a length and a half, Mama's Mini towards the inside of Big Ego fifth and sixth. Sea Shepherd second last, and 2 lengths to Solomini's Legacy it trails. First quarter, 24 and a fifth. Nilrock has the lead and is off the inside. The lead's about 2.5 lengths. Got a line of 3, second, third, and fourth. Solo Flight towards the inside second. Yohida Moneymaker, Renaissance Man outside third and fourth. Big Eagle behind runners in fifth to the inside of Sea Shepherd. Mama's Mini is in second last and about 9 lengths off the lead, and a half length to Solomini's Legacy who trails. The half in 48 3/5. They're on the far turn. Nilrock still off the inside on top by 2. Solo Flight nickeled upon in second. Yohida Moneymaker races in third. Renaissance Man very deep on the course in fourth. Then 3 lengths back to Sea Shepherd in fifth as they reach the top of the home stretch. And it's Nilrock who's homeward bound. Solo Flight's up the inside, and Solo Flight now on even terms with Nilrock with 1 furlong to go. A few more lengths back to Yohida Moneymaker in third. 16th to go. A showdown between Solo Flight and Nilrock. Nilrock reclaims the lead. Nilrock opens up. Nilrock breaks the maiden. Solo Flight second. Yohida Moneymaker third. Sea Shepherd fourth. Exacta $60.40. Trifecta $75.80. Dime Super $95.88. Second race, Finger Lakes. And they're off. It's Cajunette who edges out for the lead. Eastern Star counters up the inside. Open Soul Autism 4 wide. Nurse Bunny in the 3-path, a length and a half off the lead. 2.5 lengths to Numeric, who's the outside of Ruby's Mission. That covers a lot as they race to the half-mile pole. It's Eastern Star who has a slender lead over Cajunette, who's in second. Open Soul Autism 3 wide third, a length off the lead. A gap of about 5 lengths. Numeric up into fourth, passing Nurse Bunny fifth, and Ruby's Mission's at the tail of the field. Less than 2.5 furlongs to go. Open Soul Autism with a 3 wide bid. Eastern Star tries to keep position at the fence. Cajunette's in between those two. Nurse Bunny and Numeric are spun wide for the stretch drive. Fourth and fifth. They got 3/16 to go. Open Soul Autism strides away by 3 from Eastern Star in second. Numeric's on the grandstand side. 16th to go. It's Open Soul Autism who's home free. Open Soul Autism wins nicely. Numeric second. Nurse Bunny third. Ruby's Mission fourth. Jockey Jay Goodwin, Pug Hart, and Susie Hart bred Open Soul Autism. Daily double $9.36. Exact at 15. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks like a great start. Good Mission, Light the Mirror. Light the Mirror grabs that early lead from Good Mission is on the outside second. Practically Summer races in third. Cloudy Chance in fourth. Skyrunner in amongst horses in that middle cluster in fifth, and about 6 lengths off the lead, and 3 lengths back to Kittredge, who trails the field. Half mile to go. It's Light the Mirror on top by 3 parts of a length. Over the gray, Good Mission in pursuit in second. A space of about 5 lengths back to Cloudy Chance in third. Practically Summer towards the inside fourth. Gap of 2 to Skyrunner, who's about 5 lengths in front of Kittredge, who trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go, and Good Mission takes over from Light the Mirror. Cloudy Chance draws ever closer in third, now up into second, a length and a half off the lead. Practically Summer and Skyrunner follow that one outside, now third and fourth as they turn into the stretch. Good Mission on top. The lead's a length over Cloudy Chance. In second, Practically Summer's on the outside with Skyrunner third and fourth, and Cloudy Chance forging to the front of the 16th pole. Cloudy Chance strides away by 4. Practically Summer, Skyrunner go for the place. Cloudy Chance give Worry 2 on the card. Second goes to Practically Summer over Skyrunner. Then it was Good Mission. Pantofel Stable, the ownership. Chris Engelhardt, the trainer. Andre Worry, the winning jockey. They're all in the gate. And they're off. A very bad stumble to start for Classy West. E Complicado breaking outward, but going out for the lead. Aram Carliani, only Ladus on the outside, and now it's only Ladus with a slender lead over Aram Carliani. E Complicados in third, contested pace. Ring of the Rise in fourth. Now it's TD McGee is emerging up into the fourth spot, 4 wide, 2.5 off the lead. Castledale's outside of her, and at the back, after that bad stumble, Classy West trails. First quarter, 23 3/5. E Complicano has a trio of chasers on the outside. Aram Carliani, TD McGee with a 4 wide bid, and only Ladus as it's Ring of the Rise that sneaks on through towards the inside, and Ring of the Rise is going to make a bid for the front end right here and right now. Ring of the Rise and TD McGee now square off. E Complicado drops back in third as they run down to the 3/16 pole, and it's Ring of the Rise who opens up by 3 parts of a length over TD McGee, who's shaken up in second. E Complicado still in third, 16th to go. It's Ring of the Rise with a crafty ride by Joel Cruz. Ring of the Rise in front. TD McGee second, E Complicado third, Castledale fourth. $96, exacta $57.54, try $48.09, super $22.56, pick 3 $8. And they're off. It's Disco Dancers streaking out for the lead. Montauk Surf flashing early speed in second. We call them Fun Coupons improving on the outside from about 6 up into second. And then it is Paint the Line, who's 3 wide. English Storm and Flying a Style make up the next flight. Then it's Trojan Mule in 7th, about 8.5 off the lead. A gap of 3 to connect the Brox, who's 3 lengths in front of Sharpoon, who's at the tail of the field. Disco Dancer has the lead. We call them Fun Coupons, pecking away at the margin outside second, a length off the lead. Then 3 lengths back to Montauk Surf in third. Trojan Mule, English Storm, 4th and 5th. Flying in Style towards the inside in 6th. Paint the Line deep on the course. Connect the Brox from the back, has about 9 lengths to find. And Sharpoon trails the field, and it's We Call Them Fun Coupons, who comes off the turn, leading by 4 lengths. English Storm's on the outside, and then it's Trojan Mule. Connect the Brox, trying to pass some horses late, but with a 16th to go, it's We Call Them Fun Coupons, who's home free. We Call Them Fun Coupons gave Ray Lou Gutierrez 2 wins on the card. English Storm second, Connect the Brox third, close for fourth. Montauk's $3.18. The winning mutual. Daily double $20.50. Exacta $16.14. Try $19.37. Super $19.22. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's George is Important. Busting out of here at the fence. Busting out of here gets the early lead. Peeling out, splits rivals up into second. George is Important. Stimuli, Jason Jett, third, fourth, and fifth. Then it's Chicago Charlie behind runners in 6, 4 off the lead. A length and a half to Last Vintage second last, who's 2 lengths in front of Palmisio, who's at the tail of the field. Busting out of here leads this group into the turn by 3 parts of a length over Peeling Out, who's in pursuit in second. George is Important third, 3 lengths off the lead. Jason Jett deep on the course in fourth. Chicago Charlie, red blinkers in fifth. And then it's Stimuli, 3 lengths to Last Vintage, and 3 parts of a length to Palmisio, who's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Busting out of here and Peeling Out. These two clash for the top spot. They're clear by 5. George is Important is on the outside. Chicago Charlie's at the fence as they got 1 furlong to go. A struggle between Busting Out of Here and Peeling Out. Busting Out of Here clings that lead. Peeling Out outside second. Busting Out of Here. Peeling Out. It's Busting Out of Here. Repelling Peeling Out. Chicago Charlie third. Pound mid $4.74. Pick 3 $39.02. Pick 4 4 $66.42. The gate. And they're off. Good start. It's Who's Got the Tip barreling out for the front end. Anointed of God wants a share of the lead. Silent Sandy is up the inside in third. Floral Oats in fourth. Artemis Girl deep on the course in fifth. Then a few more lengths back to Toku. Is about a length and a is now being passed by Dharma towards the inside. Then 3 lengths to Digital Currency, who's at the tail of the field and about 13 lengths off the lead. Anointed of God is off the inside, has the lead by 3 open lengths. Floral Oats is to the outside of Silent Sandy, second and third. A length to Who's Got the Tip in fourth. Artemis Girl is wide up the backstretch into a joint fourth and 5.5 lengths off the lead. 4 lengths to Toku is about 3 lengths in front of Dharma, and a gap of 4 to Digital Currency, who brings up the rear. The opening half in 48 seconds, half mile to go in this race. Anointed of God and Gutierrez on the front end has the lead by 3. Then it's Silent Sandy is up the inside in second. Floral Oats races in third, 4 lengths off the pace. 3 lengths back to Artemis Girl. Toku is in fifth and about 10 lengths off the lead. And then it's Dharma's towards the inside, who's got the tip, drops back. Digital Currency trails the field as they arrive at the top of the home stretch. Anointed of God comes off the turn, leading by 4 over Silent Sandy and Floral Oats, second and third. And then it's Toku on the grandstand side. Dharma's at the fence. 1 furlong to go. Anointed of God taken on by Silent Sandy. And then it's Dharma's up the inside. 16th to go. Silent Sandy is headed. Anointed of God. And it's Silent Sandy. Silent Sandy with the win. Anointed of God second. Third, Dharma, close for fourth, Digital Currency or Toku. 2 cents, trifecta $32.57. Super, $28.42. Had a claim for race 7, the 7, Anointed of God. And they're off. Looks like a great start. It's Jansen who sends out for the lead. Military Road is prominent on the outside. Skippy Town races in third. Awesome Empire towards the inside. Lifetime Guarantee 3 wider on that first turn. Tony O in amongst horses. Only about 3.5 lengths off the lead. And 3-point struts at the tail of the field as they navigate the first turn and transition to the backstretch momentarily. It's Jansen on top, Military Road in no hurry outside second. Skippy Town's in third, 3 lengths off the lead. Lifetime Guarantees in fourth. Awesome Empires towards the inside, only 3 lengths off the lead in that middle cluster. And 3-point struts to the outside of Tony O. Those two about 6 lengths off the lead. As they race up the backstretch, Jansen doling out the fractions. Military Road hounding that one outside second. Awesome Empire advances a tiny bit in third. Really nowhere to go at this point in time unless he tries to squeeze through at the fence. Skippy Town, Lifetime Guarantee outside fourth and fifth. Tony O second last, and a length and a half back to 3-point strut, who trails the field. Less than 3 furlongs to go. Jansen, Military Road outside in second. Awesome Empire nudge to go after leaders in third. Then it's Tony O, Skippy Town, and Lifetime Guarantee. 3-point struts at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the home stretch. And it's Jansen who's homeward bound as Military Road now being asked the question. And Jansen trying to change leads and fend off Military Road for 1 more furlong. Awesome Empire third, but 5 off the lead. Then it's Tony O. 16th to go. Military Road. Jansen, a stubborn foe towards the inside. Jansen, Military Road. Here's the finish. Jansen got a good bob there. It's a photo. 24 cents. Trifecta $21.51. Super $21.82. Ninth and final Finger Lakes. No. And they're off. Slow start. Olivia's Wish. It's Trish who dashes out for the lead. Jet to Door is next. Here's going to be a surprise on the far outside, up into second. War Terminatrix in a joint third with Trish, and it's Hidden War Dance towards the inside in fifth. A length back to Sigmund's Dream in seventh, and it's Anna V is to the inside of Olivia's Wish. Second last, Honey Surprise is 2 lengths in front of Queen of All My Dreams, who's at the back. Entry into the turn. Gonna Be Surprise. Has the lead, but did have to work for it. Pace is quick. Jet to Door is in second. Space of 6 lengths. Back to Trish in third. Sigmund's Dream outside fourth. War Terminatrix being ridden along in fifth. 3 lengths back. Olivia's Wish in sixth, and it's Anna V. 4 more lengths back to Hidden War Dance in eighth. The other two have a lot of running to do as they reach the top of the stretch. And it's Jet to Door, who's homeward bound, has a lead by a length and a half over Gonna Be Surprised in second. Trish getting on track on the outside third, still about 6 lengths off the lead of Jet to Door. 16th to go. It's Jet to Door who leads by 4. Trish up in the second, but it will be Jet to Door who will break the maiden today. Trish second, Gonna Be Surprised third, Sigmund's Dream fourth. 8 cents. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon to everyone and welcome to Finger Lakes. A Wednesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 9 races are scheduled. Track at Finger Lakes is fast. Got about 59 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. First race, there are no changes. Second race, scratch number 6, Sarah's Story. Number 6, Sarah's Story is scratched from the second. Third race, no changes in race 3. Race number 4, got a scratch of number 1, the Delaware Boys. Number 1, the Delaware Boys, a scratch from the 4th race. Fifth race, scratch number 2, Norgay. Number 2, Norgay, a scratch from the 5th. Race 6, scratch number 3, a bit raggedy. Number 3, a bit raggedy, is a scratch from race number 6. Race 7, scratch number 1, 'Cause I'm Elegant. Scratch number 3, Teresa. 'Cause I'm Elegant, Teresa, the 1 and 3, scratched from the 7th. Eighth race, no changes. No changes in the 8th race. Ninth and final, scratch number 1, Freedom Dreams. Number 1, Freedom Dreams, a scratch from the 9th and final. That's a look at the scratches and changes here at Finger Lakes for a Wednesday. Track is listed as fast. 57 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave is next. Have fun and good luck.
Hey, welcome to another day here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice again with Jackie Davis.
Yes.
Got another race card for you today. Got 9 races. Looks like the track dried out pretty well. We had the off track yesterday for most of the day, but we dried out and hopefully it's supposed to clear up today.
I don't see any rain in the forecast.
Let's get the weather report. Yeah, I didn't see anything in the race, so it'll be good. We'll see how this track plays as it did dry out after yesterday. Yesterday, good day for our leading jockey, Andre Worry. 3 wins on the card. Congratulations to him.
He's having a great year.
Yeah, he's still rolling. Michael Davila, couple of masterpiece rides on saving ground on the inside for 2 wins. And my boy Ray Lou Gutierrez with a couple wins. He's been riding here a lot lately, Ray Lou.
Yeah, he's got a lot of family locally, and if you want to ship into a place where you can make money, why not?
I always follow him because he does so well other places.
Yep.
He got to ride in the Triple Crown races, so good to see him doing well here as well. So those are the guys with the big days yesterday. Find out today. Got a couple 2-year-old races today. Remember we ran the 2-year-old stakes on Monday, the Aspirin Ladyfinger. We got the Futurity. It's October 13th, off the top of my head. We got 2 of them today. I think it's the 2nd and the 6th.
Yes.
Did I say that right?
Yeah, I think so.
2-year-old races.
Because we were going back and forth on them, really trying to
they're,
figure something out.
Yeah, they're always a little more difficult to handicap. We'll tell you what we caught in those races and what we looked up with the breeding as well.
Yeah.
Of course, Jackie can see a little bit more when they're out there. Hey, did you see what that rider's doing out there?
Yeah. Yeah. It's actually, I really enjoy doing that. It's fun.
Yeah. And we'll talk about that when we get to the 2-year-old races. But we got a good one to start off the card. And, I mean, you got a couple of horses that could run in the stakes races here and have run in the stakes races here. It's an optional claiming allowance. $15,000 is the tag. I don't think anybody's in for the tag. They're not.
Nope.
So it's the allowance condition with the 3 state bred. We don't run this condition a lot. I'm surprised all these horses are still eligible for it.
I love this race.
Yeah, it's a nice race.
They're all runners.
Yeah, they are. And, you know, you got Z-Bear, and what a great job Patine has done with this horse, with the old school guy, David Lathrop, who used to be really good here at Finger Lakes as a trainer. But Jim Patine, I mean, he claimed this horse for $11,000, has stretched this horse out, Z-Bear I'm talking about, and has won 2 in a row.
Yeah. And two completely different styles of running.
Yeah, and I didn't pick him either time. And you know what? He's probably going to get on me for not picking him again today. But I got him second.
I picked him.
You picked him on top.
I picked him on
You're
top.
the smart one, probably.
It's not a big field. He can basically, like the last 2 starts, he sat off the pace. He went to the lead. He can do whatever he wants at this, and he probably won't lose too much ground as well.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm just a fan of Crypto Causeway a little bit. I like to see Donna Brett. I know she was real emotional that race with when she almost beat Jack and Bernie in the stakes race. And Donna's one of those people. And I root for the breeds too. I like them. They're very good people. And Donna too. But you know, Donna was so.
She's such a nice person.
She's such a nice person.
You want to see. We really like in this industry. You want to see people do well, especially if they're good people.
It's all of them. I say so. It's good that they ran one too, because I like to see the breeds do well too. And but Crypto Causeway's having a phenomenal season for Donna, and she's done such a great job with this horse. Right from the beginning of the year, Crypto Causeway won off the layoff. Probably one of the best races I've seen from Crypto Causeway, and it was a sprint race where he's mostly going long. It helped out the way the pace flow went, but he ran a big race. Came back and ran second against Steiner, and then, of course, the stake, where he was so close to pulling off that big upset. So,
Jack and Bernie.
He did face Z-Bear, but he had trouble in that race, remember, going a mile when Z-Bear beat him. He did have a little bit of a slow start, and it kind of affected him. He didn't really ever get into the race and just kind of ran evenly. Came back and ran well, turning back a distance to the sprint, and then last race, I mean, he's at the mercy of the pace in the sprint. He didn't fire that day. You know, maybe a little too many races and too short a span there. So now you get a little bit of a break going from September 1st to September 24th, so spaced out pretty well here. That I think Crypto Causeway stretching out. This to me, I think Crypto Causeway's better going long. That maybe he can run down Z-Bear. I mean, look at the pace scenario. I thought Don't Lose Cruise is going to get out there to the lead. I gave him a big chance at here just because of the pace flow. Because Don't Lose Cruise is going to be inside of Z-Bear. And Don't Lose Cruise is better than he looks on paper. His last race, he got caught wide chasing and just called it a day. He was off a couple months. He just didn't run his race. I think he is this good. And he might have things his way on the inside, depending on when Z-Bear makes his move from the outside. So I'm hoping Crypto Causeway could get a nice trip and pull off the upset, because Z-Bear is going to be a little bit outside of Don't Lose Cruise, and Crypto Causeway might be able to sit a nice trip coming up the inside. That's just kind of how I saw it. I went 4-6-2.
It could go that way.
It could. We'll see.
It could. I did shoot, like I said, I put the Z-Bear on top. I threw the 3 in there, rhymes like dimes.
Okay.
I threw the last race out. It looked like he had no interest in the race. But the 2 starts before that, we go back to Andre, who's our leading rider. He's doing everything right.
Definitely.
And he got along really well with this horse. And I think he's in a position to where he's going to be on the board. I think he could be second. Any one of these horses could win this race, obviously. And I threw Crypto Causeway in for 4th. He ran the last 2. He's been running sprints, and then they throw in a long race here and there. I think he's going to be on the board. I don't know if he's going to get the trip he wants, but yeah. And then our man Mike with Sophia. I put them in there. She's going to be closing. There's definitely going to be moisture on the track still today, even if they haven't opened.
Yeah.
So I think she's going to be able to have a closing 1-1 trip, and that's her style of running.
Yeah.
And she did have a nice second on this horse at the allowance optional 10, but
It'll be interesting to see what. I mean, I want Don't Lose Cruise maybe to hold the rail on Z-Bear. I'm hoping that. Now, if he doesn't and Z-Bear gets a lead, I think Z-Bear's gone. I mean, it's that simple. That's the key to the race.
The break. That's the key.
If Z-Bear is able to ease out there, not really ease out there and get the lead on Don't Lose Cruise, it puts my numbers at jeopardy, because I don't think Crypto Causeway is going to have anything to run after, and that gives Z-Bear the advantage.
And
but
our man Mike's the same way. He needs something to run at.
He definitely needs the pace to chase. But Don't Lose Cruise might be the key to the race in that sense. And I like the trip Don't Lose Cruise gets if he does hold the inside. That trip seemed to do well, especially later in the day yesterday, where that inside trip, holding the inside. So she saw Michael Davila win 2 in a row doing that. That seemed to be a good trip yesterday. But great first race.
It's going to be really exciting to see what happens at first.
From stakes caliber horses to the young ones, the 2-year-old fillies, going 6 furlongs. We did get a scratch in here, the 6 Sarah Story. Makes this, I thought this 2-year-old is a lot more difficult than the other one in a handicapping sense, because the ones that have run, even the scratch horse, they didn't have much form. And the firsters, I didn't love any of the first-time starters with the breeding in here. So I know you could go a lot of different ways in here, and it's good we got different selections in here, because I'm not that confident.
Oh, yeah. Well, not really.
Good. I'm not that confident in my top choice. I mean,
I know.
I like the breeding on Princess Azara. I don't like the way she ran, and she was off badly in that Saratoga race. But my thing with Princess Azara, I think any of these horses would have run back of the pack against those horses of Saratoga.
They would have all been holding hands going around.
No, holding hands.
I say that to people all the time when I break and I know I'm going to be right next to them. I say, well, I guess we're just going to hold hands on the lead.
Well, he was holding. Actually, he was ahead of one of the other horses somehow. The other one that got off slow, I think, was the outside horse.
Sometimes when you have such an atrocious, such a bad break, sometimes you almost got to scrap it, the race, and it's bad to say, and you don't like saying it, but sometimes you just. You're going to be, you want to school them and teach them, but at some point, if you're riding for second to last, why are you going to beat the horse up for that?
So you want to get something out of the race sometimes. Or
you do, you do, but there's a fine line. And I
Yeah, I didn't know. Like I said, I didn't know. I didn't love
I know.
anybody else in here.
I didn't.
So I'm hoping that she can improve off of the race coming here. Like I said, I love the breeding. I mean, you got Central Banker
Yep.
out of the dam by Into Mischief.
It
Was a
is-
$30,000 horse this year. They paid $30,000 to this horse as a 2-year-old, and so back in May, they paid $30,000. So there's some money involved in this horse, and it should be a much easier field, even though she didn't show anything in that race. And again, the start could have compromised how she ran.
Oh, definitely. I put photo ID on top. The
Okay.
Buckley horse. He got a great experience. I don't think he ran that bad first time out.
No, not at all.
Not bad. He was 4 wide. He probably ate a little dirt. Just got a good experience, and he was probably. And you saw going into the race, he had a bunch of 3/8 and half miles, so he may not have been fit enough going into the race. So I think he'll improve tremendously, especially Kevin. Kevin and Buckley are a great combination. You really they've been
Definitely.
together for years, so.
And that's race too. Like, not to interrupt you, but
Go ahead.
I mean, Lovely Passion went to the front, and just kind of everybody was chasing.
Yeah.
So that happens a lot in our 2-year-old races,
Yep.
where the horse that gets the lead keeps going, and especially with the young ones in the maiden,
Yeah, they don't know
they're
how
getting
to pass
experience
horses
as
yet.
they're chasing, right?
They don't know how to pass horses yet,
Right.
and that's what we used to say when I was in Suffolk. I had an agent. He said, "How they break is how they lay." A lot of times,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
And then we both I threw the one in there. That owner he owns Sandy's Garden.
Sandy's got it right.
And I've dealt with a few of his young horses when I was riding for them regularly. I used to go to Saratoga, and he's got a lot of young horses that have the potential like to run, and I think John Grabowski does a good job for them.
It's a decent works, and
Not
it's
bad.
Kentucky bred. You know, it's
Yeah. The only thing the one hole. A lot of times I don't like the one hole for first timers. That's usually a negative, but it's a small field.
right.
So I'm not really as worried as that. He's not going to be there as long as he would be like the other 2-year-old race, the boy side.
Mhm.
They got a full field. Yeah.
So I think we got the same third choice with She's a Goddess. She's
Yep.
a Goddess. The only thing is it's turf on the dam side. A couple of even Scarlet Queen, the one you were just talking about, some of that breeding. The dam is a full to a real good one, but on the turf. And the same thing with She's a Goddess. The dam herself was really good on the turf. So how does that transpose here?
And then
So
you have
find
somebody
out.
like the 2 Rubies for Olivia. She's the
So
actually
Bustin'
her
Stones.
her dam. Yeah, Bustin' Stones are quick. Her dam. My dad trained her for the first half of her career. She's got very consistent breezes. A positive is the last breeze is a gate breeze.
Yeah.
And it's a solid breeze. But the last 3 breezes sometimes as a rider when they have too many gate breezes, that means the horse is either a little nervous in the gate or maybe she was a little slow to get the gate card leaving there. But I really like the fact that Buckley is persistent about the gate to make sure, as a rider, you like that they are aware of the gate and coming out consistently.
And Joel Cruz has been.
Exactly, he's been on
a big
fire
day. He had
too.
a great
so.
day on. Another one that I didn't mention today because he didn't have a multiple
Oh.
yesterday. But he had a win, but he had a big day on Monday, which was.
But twinsies now in the third.
had to say that.
We didn't even talk about this race.
No, we didn't. We came
No.
up with the same horses, though. But you
Yeah.
know what? I don't think either one of us are going out on a limb in this race because I guess you kind of. I mean, Boss Tweed just looks tough to beat on paper. Really does. And it does seem like Smooth Tails and Captain My Heart are going to be battling for second. On paper. I mean, they still got to run the race. There is some concerns, but you know,
Yeah.
when Max Foster, and I think David Iola, who's a great guy, great trainer, I think he finally figured out Max Foster.
Yeah.
You got to send that horse. He doesn't pass horses, and if you send him in a sprint, he ends up finishing in a quick time. And that's what happened that day. Max Foster went 105. And that's what he does. Even the last time Max Foster ran for 4,000,
Yeah,
he went 105.
He romped.
How bad do you feel for the other people that dropped into 4 when the winner goes 105?
The only negative I have on that horse that I see is that I know Koa is one of Furrow's main riders, but Elliot is here today, and he rode the horse here last time.
Put a little negative on there. Of course, the other thing is Barfly finished ahead of him. The bar it is in this race.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that too.
But I look at it from a pace standpoint too. I think this horse could just go to the front.
That's it.
And that's the big part of it. I mean, he's chasing Max Foster and in a 105. Today, he's on the lead, and he doesn't have to go, well, it's 6 furlongs today, but he doesn't have to go that fast to beat
Outside
these
post,
horses.
he's not going to have to worry about not getting the lead. If he breaks a little slow, he can gradually inherit it. There was really no. I wanted to find somebody to beat him, and I could not.
No, it's just right. The pace scenario is really favoring this horse as well.
And then you have a horse like Smooth Tails, who's a great one run, sits mid pack. He can run up the rail. He can run around.
Yeah, I think he holds the rail and runs second around to the. He's got enough tactical.
I know.
You rode the horse,
Me,
so I'm not going to say I know the horse more
He
than you.
did that with me.
Yeah.
And some riders do say they have a hard time taking the rail trip with him because he's 9 years old. He's a finicky horse. If he decides he doesn't want to be there, you're not going to make him do anything.
Right. Some of those older guys are like that.
Yeah, I'm like that.
but right,
and
you see that trip.
Second.
Yeah, but you see that trip, right? It was
Yep.
what I'm talking about. Is Boss Tweed goes to the front, probably
Yep.
easy out there, controlling the pace.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe even he doesn't have to send. He eases out there, like you said. But Smooth Tails will be the one sitting second on the rail.
Yeah.
And can be Captain My Heart for second in that way, or at least try to make a run at Boss Tweed at the end.
And I win on Captain My Heart twice.
So you know these horses really well.
And he's another one. He has a very similar running style. And Joel Cruz rode him great last time he was on him, going 6 furlongs.
He's going to come from a little further out, right? And there's no pace. That's the big issue with him. And that's why I put Smooth Tail second, because I think Smooth Tails will get the better of the trip between the two.
Absolutely.
And 6 should get the best trip when you look at it from a pace standpoint. And might just be the best horse anyway. Keep in mind, he's coming in here off the waiver claim, and that was the first time running for 5 and first time over the track. He might even improve off that race and win for fun here.
He's supposed to.
Yeah. Doesn't hurt when you're in lone speed.
Oh, I used to love it.
You love when you're out there alone, don't you?
I do. I've gotten much more comfortable on the lead in my second half of my career.
Is there a little more I mean,
there's a lot of pressure on the lead.
Well, I just say from a jockey standpoint, you look at the board. I don't know if you ever do. Some do,
and
some
I
don't.
laugh
I'm sure.
And I'll laugh. I'll be like, wow, they're betting me down.
Yeah. What if you're 2 to 5 and you're lone speed and you does it put a little pressure on you, or are you more worried about the owner and the trainer winning for
No. When in my younger years, yes, because in my younger years I wasn't as comfortable on the lead because I wasn't riding horses that would be able to get the lead because they weren't fast enough. So it was one of those I'd make one run and I'd be like, oh my God, I could win this,
Yeah.
and then once I went to racetracks where I was on horses that could do it and I had to learn how to sit comfortable on the lead, now I have no issues with doing anything that the horse needs me to do.
I simply say if I get a fight, talk about boxing now, but if there's a guy that is supposed to be better than me,
yes, there's no pressure.
There's no pressure.
Yeah.
Now, if there's a guy that you're supposed to be you're supposed to knock him out, you feel more pressure to
that you're
get out there.
supposed
So
to
I was
win.
wondering if jockeys had that
absolutely.
same kind of mentality going into a race.
If there's a race where they're betting me down and I'm supposed to be the favorite, but when I read the race, I'm like, I'm not sure if I can, if there's other horses and I have to ride an absolute perfect race in my mind, then yes, there's more pressure on it. And I'll do certain things before the race to make myself relax and
not to make any of our riders feel pressure today.
Oh, well.
You're only as good as that horse that you're on, but you don't, like I said, when you're 1 to 5, I can imagine
there's
feeling a little more pressure. Hey, I'm supposed to win. You're supposed to win.
Well, that's what separates the IRADs from
the
other riders. It's how you handle that pressure. And that's why some riders excel faster than others.
But does that help? I mean, experience helps you with that too, right?
Absolutely. The experience, yeah.
Okay, well, 4th race. See, Jackie gives such good insight on this. That's why I ask her those questions. 4,000, never won 3 condition, and it goes 6 furlongs here. Let's see, we're not exactly twinsies, but we have the same.
Oh yeah, we do.
I gotta really stop saying that. We have the same top 2, and probably for the same reasons. I think we see it similar that 5 Aces it looks to have a tactical edge depending I don't like the posts when you're a speed horse because
I think, in my opinion, with the speed horses, I think in big fields, I think it's more of an issue going routes
right.
because it's such a short way, like short distance to the turn. Going short, I think it matters more where you end up going into the 3/8 pole because you have a little more time to ease down, and yeah, you might lose low ground, but I don't think it's as much.
But you want, I mean, technically, you want to get clear is a little
Yes.
easier trip, and it's
Yeah.
kind of sometimes it's more difficult from that post.
It is.
But this is 6 furlongs, not 5.5, so
Yes.
you have a little more run into the turn
You have a
than
little
five
more
and a half.
patient. Yeah, it's not a rush to get to the rail, but once you're at the 3/8 pole, you need to be within 4 off the rail.
So I agree with that. I think 5/8
Yeah.
is the main speed. I don't know. I mean, Linda Rice is one of the highest percentage trainers in New York, and she's good, and her percentage here isn't. So I'm always hesitant
Yeah,
with
this
these
year's been
horses to
strange
pick her
for
on.
her.
Yeah, I'm always hesitant to take her on top. I just think Arcadian's the best horse in the race and might be able to chase down 5/8. I mean, it's just off the last race. I mean, she's finishing second, or he's finishing second at the 11-9 level. And the New York races are better. He should be better than 5,000 claimers. But how many times do I say that when I see these horses and they don't win? So I'm hesitant with that.
I
one.
took 5/8 on top.
Okay.
This is my reason is I'm assuming there's going to be moisture in the track still, and he did win here last year. He went to the lead. He didn't get the lead right away, and he went wire to wire.
Yeah, no, he doesn't mind it, and he actually ran a good race last time. He really did. I mean,
And I don't
he got pressured pace.
well, I don't consider Kevin a speed rider like I would like Oscar
Right.
or Navarre. I mean Nazario.
Agreed.
And so when he gets a lead, he's using the speed naturally. So he's not taking anything out of the horse. So that's and I've noticed he's been going to the lead a lot more and getting much more comfortable in the lead. Because we did have this discussion a couple years ago, me and him, about it.
Yeah, he's a
Yeah.
really good rider. He's having
Yeah.
a great year.
I think he's a little underrated. He's been underrated here, and he's starting to come out of his shell a lot more as a rider.
He's having a great year.
Yeah.
So whatever he's doing
Yeah.
is working. And you know,
I know. We and him used to fight each other for a 4th and 5th position, 6th position in the standings, and we had a real healthy competition.
that's
It was
good.
fun.
It's good you guys get
Yeah.
along. It's good that.
Like, I get along with pretty much all the guys.
Yeah, I mean, another horse, Interchanger, is kind of that underneath guy. You know, he just doesn't win races. Some of it's his running style, but maybe he's hanging a little bit, but he's just not winning races.
And then Oscar's on
He's
fire right
switching
now
to
too.
Oscar, right?
So
It seems to be a good move right now. First time Oscar.
I know.
I have to get a percent. Well, they're all first time Oscars since he's been coming back, but yeah, that first. He's
and
gonna have a high percentage first time
Oscar's a very
Oscar.
aggressive rider,
Mm-hmm.
and he it could be that deciding factor.
What was the race? Was it yesterday? He came up the rail with that horse. That it just
Yeah.
worked out perfect for him. It was a great ride.
Yeah.
So he hasn't lost a step. I mean, he's been off for 2 years. Guy's riding phenomenal. Deputy Tremont, I had a tough time throwing somebody for 4th with we scratched the Delaware boys.
Yeah.
We got a late scratch of the
Yeah, I
Delaware
had
boys.
to change my. I threw.
So
Deputy Sherman. I put him in there. He made up. He did finish 6th last start, but he only got beat 2 lengths. So it's kind of like
It's
I
a
don't think
different
it
type
was
of
as.
trip.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna. I think he's gonna have a better race today.
Yeah, I think he's going to get a different kind of trip.
Yep.
There wasn't much speed in there. Smile Takes Charge took advantage of the pace scenario in that race. Went 47 to the half. And this horse found himself 5 or 6 lengths out of it, where he likes to be a little closer, usually. But he was a little too far off that 47. And some of that had to do with the post position.
Yep.
Today he's got he's more inside
he's in
with
the
the 3
2-hole
posts.
now.
So he's going to be closer. And even though there's not a lot of speed in here, I still think he's going to be closer. And 5/8 might do 47. But he'll be closer to that 47, and I expect him to be closer. I don't know about the 6 furlongs. Maybe that's part of it. I mean, he was going a little further last time, but I don't think that's it,
too
though.
much to do.
I don't think that's it, though. I think he just needs to be a little bit more into the race, and maybe that'll happen today.
Well, then I threw a long shot in there with no name. I kind of
Okay.
just threw that last race out as the 5.5 when he ran the 6 the start before. I don't think it was a bad race.
Yeah, the races before were really good.
Yeah, look at that.
Right
They went
there.
in 12, and he was beat 2 lengths, and he had a nice even running style.
Yeah, that was a tricky race because there wasn't much speed in there. I remember I liked the Delaware boys.
Yes.
Hair on Fire was a drop down. I think that was Barrow's 1000th win or 1001. I remember that was the day he had three winners.
We spoke about that.
Yeah, but the thing is, overall there wasn't any speed in the race. So, and yeah, I didn't like to trip the Delaware boys because I was hoping he'd at least hold the rail. And he's not even a speed horse. That's how slow the race was.
Yeah.
They ended up going 23 and 47. So here's a horse that's wide, trying to close ground. So I think that did affect.
He had everything
with no
against
name.
him that race.
Really,
Yeah.
in a sense, he did. Right.
I wouldn't be surprised if he jumped up and did something.
Throw them in there, supers.
That's what I did.
Okay. Scratch the 2. Norgay. It's 5,000 claimer going 5.5 furlongs. And it's drop down central here in race number 5. You got
Yeah.
Storm and Sammy, who was so good at the beginning of the year. You got Blake B, a new face. That horse is dropping. Warrior's Revenge, former horse of the year, Warrior's Revenge drops. When Love Takes Over, the outside horse drops as well. So you got basically the majority of the field. We can say we got 7 betting interests left. 4 of them are dropping in class. So a pretty tough group for a 5,000 claimer. And I could use any of them, to be honest with you. I mean, I could use.
I had a hard time.
I mean, I use Callie's Dream in there just because I think he's going to get a trip. But yeah, these are. I mean, Blake B class wise should do well. I'm a little concerned with the distance, and I think you probably are too, because we both have the same horse on top. We're not exactly twinsies, as you like to say, but because this horse does like to go further. Just too big a drop. At 5,000 should be tough.
But then you look at it like the numbers that he's running, the fractions they're running, and he's sitting with them. So it's like you kind of have to. You have no choice in this position. Then Rohina's a great rider. He's got a good percentage.
Yeah, and
he
always
knows
say,
how to get the job done.
That's not true. Would you consider him more of an aggressive rider too?
No.
No. Okay.
No. I think he's very smart. He knows where to put his horse in the race. He knows what everybody's doing around him. He's an older rider. He's been riding longer than me. And these are the kind of riders I watch to see what I can take from them and use it to my advantage, like in my own riding, to improve myself.
Yeah, and so it depends on where he ends up, because the pace flow is going to matter.
There's a lot of speed in here.
Yeah, Production Credit and Storm and Sammy are both quick. They're both quick. So Blake B should have something to run at, because Production Credit is better at 5.5, obviously. I mean, he's tough at 5.5. But if Storm and Sammy's on his flank,
they're going to go too fast.
They're going to go quick. So he'll have something to run at either way. So it's a matter of how much early speed he has to get position.
If those two horses, if they don't like burn each other out and they can go a slower fraction, like 23, 40, 47, they're going to finish up. But if they go out there and try to see who can get the lead on top of each other, we're going to fall apart.
Yeah, we'll see.
And then a horse like Warrior's Revenge, he can pick up the pieces. I always liked that horse.
Yeah, he should be close. I mean, he might be in position too, but see the breeding on this horse too.
I know.
Pat on the back is the half to the dam. You got Malibu Moon. That's usually longer though, right?
Yes, usually. But as fast as they're going, like you said, I don't think it's going to matter.
It should at this level. Sometimes it doesn't matter, and when you got horses dropping like this, maybe that kind of stuff goes out the window anyway. The horse that's just still going at least somewhat well can win at the level.
And then Collie's Dream, he's been running at this level, but he's been running so consistent and running good numbers that he's going to be there too.
Yeah. And you never know. Some of these droppers might not have it. Sometimes there's a reason they drop.
They're dropping for a reason most of the time.
Yeah. And the thing with Storm and Sammy, earlier in the year, this horse was good. Really good.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it did come in here with a little bit of a fitness edge in some of our allowance horses, and I think that helped him. But and his form has tailed off. He went other places, it tailed off. Maybe not the most positive sign that he comes back for 5.
But then you got to see, he's running in Parks, he's running in Delaware, and both racetracks, I've ridden both of them consistently, and they are very sand-based, so they are deep tracks, and the horses always have to work harder to get through them. So he might be coming here fitter than he left.
Maybe.
I'm just looking for.
It's a tricky race.
Yeah.
It really is. Of course, we mentioned Warrior's Revenge. I didn't use Warrior's Revenge. I'm a
had
little
to.
concerned about the drop with him because they claimed this horse back. John claimed this horse back for 5,000, and to put him back in for 5,000, I don't know if that's a greatest sign either.
Or that's where he belongs. He's getting older.
Yeah, maybe that
He
is
won't
where
have to
he's
work
at.
as hard. Okay.
Okay, let's go. 2-year-olds. Goes 6 furlongs, scratch the 3, a bit raggedy, and this race was more fun. I mean, we took some time on this one,
We really did.
and so you got. I remember saying to Jack, "You got to see the replay on this horse." One of the
Yeah,
horses
and it
they're
was
talking about.
impressive.
And you impressed you enough that
That I changed my whole numbers and I put the 7 on top.
Now you rode for Jackie Falk, right?
Yes, yeah, I rode races with Jackie Falk too for
Oh, yeah.
years, yeah. And we have a great friendship and we get along awesome. And I know exactly how her barns run. I know how she trains. But she trains them. I like to say interval training, which is completely different than not many people do it, but they're usually fit. But we watched that race, that Chrysler.
Yeah.
I was gonna say Chrysler, like the car. Chrysler and Jackie Falk's horse, which is the 7, Savage State.
Savage State, right?
They finished at the wire together, and I didn't notice that because I was gonna put Mr. Barrow on top, and Jackie had the rail trip, and Chrysler had a little more. She had a much wider trip.
Right.
He had a little more to do. Jackie's horse had to wait in the pocket a little bit to see what the winner was going to do, and the winner, which was
It
what's
was
that?
Rockstar Casanova that day.
Rockstar Casanova. He went wire to
Yeah.
wire, and I actually, when I was watching it coming to the quarter pole, I wasn't sure he was going to go on with it, but he did.
Yeah.
And I really liked the way Jackie's horse ran, and
Yeah, I did too.
he broke a little bad, and then he kind of let the horse run up into the pocket, going almost into second position. He might have let him use himself a little earlier, but now the horse is going to be fit.
Yeah, and
It was impressive. It was very impressive. He checked a little bit.
But the break was a factor.
Mhm.
Lost a few lengths, and he did try to come up the inside.
Yeah.
And there was nowhere there, and it was forced him to check and wait, as you said, and he even checked a second time right before the turn, and then the rail opened up, and he did make a nice move, and it wasn't like much separated.
It wasn't. It was
Him and
like half
Chrysler.
a length, not even.
Now I didn't have as much guts as Jackie to put him on top though, but we did both like the horse.
Yeah, but then you have King's Dancer, who's a full brother to Queen's Dancer, who I've
Queen's
done
Dancer.
nothing but good on, and if he comes out with a half of her talent, it puts him right there.
Yeah, I just looked. What card do we just do next week? Tuesday.
Yep.
They have that other one that Linda is running out of condition. That's the other half. The other Queen horse that they have
Yeah,
is going
and
good.
They told me they were excited about that one too. Anything related to Queen's Dancer, that heart on that horse is incredible.
But
Go ahead.
Sorry, no,
No.
I'm just saying the horse will probably have speed.
Yep.
I mean, you rode
Oh,
you rode the
whew.
horse. You rode the full.
It was hard to rein her in, but I did see this horse in person, and he's huge. He's much bigger than her, and he's not as stocky as her, but he's built beautiful.
He may not have as much speed.
I don't think I don't think it's gonna matter if he's got her talent and she was real racy. If he has got a little more calmer demeanor, which it looks like, I think it'll be a positive.
Yeah, and I got basically we saw it the same.
They just
we
switched
mixed up
it around
bit.
a little bit.
Well, I
Except-
mean, it depends on the trip. I
Yeah.
mean, King's Dancer is a little bit of a wild card. Not sure what, and we're talking about. I love the breeding. Jackie rode the horse, and I could bring up the Queen's Dancer,
Don't bring it
Sandy's
up.
card.
Don't bring it
No, I
up.
won't
Don't
do it.
bring it up.
I won't do it. But yeah, we saw the same thing, and it's
Yeah.
like
And
that's
then
why I like watching the replays.
Yeah.
Hey, you got to see, you
yeah, I was
miss
like,
the horse
look
that.
what he did. Look at the hands.
The horse was
look at the-
32-1 that day.
Yeah. And then you have somebody like Sunday's Currency for Arcadio Lopez, who's
Mm-hmm.
doing phenomenal this month. And Rafael Rohina rides the horse, and he rode him last time, and he almost win the race.
Yeah,
And
probably should have.
the only reason I didn't put him up farther in the group is because he's got the one hole, and it's a big field, and you're going to be in there for a while. So that could mess your break up.
Yeah, and the thing is, I don't know how good the horse that beat him was. I mean,
Yeah.
they did put that horse at the stake, I believe.
They did.
I don't know if they scratched or ended up running, but yeah, those stakes were tough.
Mm-hmm.
If you watch the race, the winner just kind of drifted a little bit, and being a first-time starter, he's a little skittish.
Yep.
Didn't go by her, probably would have won. And that's just, Arcado did a good job with that horse, an Angel.
That's,
Sorry to say.
But that's a lot.
I like those guys.
As a rider, I've seen it done many times, and I've done it. It took me a while to figure it out. A lot of the cheaper races or baby races, when you want to go by them, you kind of want to give a little space and go by them a little quick.
Yeah.
Because if you engage them, they like to, in the morning, they like to, you like to go hit the wire together a lot of times, nose and nose. And you're not really teaching them how to go by, and a lot of times they'll hang like if they were hanging out with the pony, and
they get in that behavior as they get older too, right?
Yeah.
They start hanging. But you're right, he's making the move, and I think it was more the other horse drifting,
they
and he
get intimidated.
just a little intimidated first time running.
Oh, it's so that is a frustrating thing to experience.
But yeah, and Chrysler didn't have the perfect. I mean, he's outside, he's 3 wide. At least one thing to say with Savage State is he did save ground, even though he seemed to have a lot more trouble. But I mean, Chrysler didn't run bad. He looked actually pretty good closing, and maybe the 6 furlongs for Chrysler
It'll help.
Could help him as well. So
but
like
the thing
that
is,
one.
his Savage State, he experienced all the dirt in his face, so it's not like. And then the other one being wide, you're getting a clear trip, and you kind of gotta weed them in and out just in case.
Yeah, this race has a good chance to get some value.
I'm really excited about this.
I mean, you got the Paparata's a great trainer. He's got a first-time starter that's got some decent works. You got Constant Chaos, who's the morning line favorite. Neither one of us picked the morning line favorite, mainly because it's a turf horse. But if that horse takes to the dirt surface, he's going to be tough too. That's an honest mischief. But I just see with the Kitten's Joy on the dam side, he's going to want turf.
Yeah, the turf. Yeah, he's on the turf, so it's kind of hard to gauge. And then that's another one where Lane Luzzy was riding, and he's here today, and he's not on the horse. It's going to be interesting.
Different.
Which Buckley's very good at connecting horses and riders that work well together. So
we'll scratch. Okay, 7th race. Scratch the 1. Cousin Elegant. Scratch the 3. Teresa. The one thing I looked at this race, it's only 5.5 furlongs, and there just simply isn't any speed in it. And we see a bunch of races like that lately. It seems like. I think Pesadilla Chanel. Am I saying that right? Is it Chanel? Because it's.
Yeah, it might be Chanel. Because
she's like a high-class female word or something, you know.
She is. I've been on her.
Is that the way she is?
Yeah,
but
she's wonderful.
I think Raylu could be aggressive with this horse. I don't think there's a lot of speed in here, especially if there's no speed. And I really don't see anybody, unless it's Stella Brown. I mean, Stella Brown, we talked about, you mentioned Oscar's an aggressive rider.
And she did win wire to wire.
Right, her 5,000 maiden victory was gate to wire.
They went slow, very slow.
So even so, I think Pesadilla Chanel might have just as much natural speed. And her form is good up until the last race. But don't be fooled by that last race, because the winner was a runaway winner and won by almost double digits. They talk about Open Soul Autism, who just won back.
Literally, yeah.
Yeah, so it was dominant, much the best. So the margin of defeat, I always say that, the margin of defeat, not as bad as it looks, because he's not far behind the second horse. Just the winner laid over the field. So that fares well for Pesadilla Chanel, who looked like the winner that day at 5.5 back in July, first race over the track. I don't know how the horse lost that day. Looked like the winner coming down the stretch. So I think could be aggressive here, at least be out there with the speed of Stella Brown, if that's the other one that does go. And she's going to get first run on some of these other horses. So I give her a big chance.
I do think Raylu will get along with her because she's a very easy horse to ride. I think the Cue the Music might be a little forward as well. The 2 horse. That's why I like the drop. When he ran in Colonial against much tougher, had a nice third going a mile.
Right.
But they went 46 and they went the 3/4 and 11, and he was right there with them.
Yeah, I picture that. She does have the route speed, so it's tough to gauge how much speed she's going to have a sprint. Because obviously she doesn't need much speed here.
I don't think she needs to be on the lead at all either, and she might cut the pocket, have the pocket trip. They're not going to go very fast this race. So.
I wouldn't think so.
No. I put Our First Lady in there. I wanted to throw a little closer in there to kind of break it up a little bit. I did ride this horse. I didn't have luck on her, but I rode her a mile. She didn't want to go the mile, so yeah. And Cruz is doing great. You can't say that enough.
Okay, 8th race, 11-9 claimer, going 5.5 furlongs. Yeah, I had a tough time with this race as far as I think you'll get some value here. I went to the. Oh yeah, so you got completely different numbers. That's good.
Not completely. Half.
Not completely. I got a different top choice, and then.
You just want to brag about beating me.
I don't do it at all.
Know.
I like that you're doing well.
Liz.
I like that you're. The one Prince of Truth.
Mm-hmm.
I just hope the horse can. I mean, going back to the 3 Lifetime after running in the 1 State Bred, was running against allowance horses. Just East Coast Girl speed popped the field in that last race in the 1 State Bred. I think the other speed didn't really get out. East Coast Girl just was gone.
They went fast.
And went fast, right?
They went very fast.
And then you look at the prior race. Mm-hmm. He Has It All went 110 in that first race that day. He Has It All had a bad race that came back and ran a quick time. I think 111. So again, came out of a tough race. So I got to go back to the last time he won at 6 furlongs, and it was a good race. It was the Battle of the Princes, Princess of Truth and Prince of something else. And so I like the drop here to the 11-9. I like the rail. I notice myself picking Oscar.
You're picking
more.
Oscar.
I think I'm catching on that Oscar's.
Oscar fever.
Oscar's on fire. No, I like to see him do well. He's been off so long that he's came back.
And he worked really hard to get back in the saddle.
It's good to see him doing well.
Mm-hmm.
His shorts of the winter is going to be tough. He won't have it as easy as he did last time, but he was running against allowance horses before that anyway. The 6 Violent Swing. What I didn't like about this, and I don't know if Koa had his choice or not, but Koa normally rides this horse back, but that's back in January, and I know they're both from the same barn.
He had his choice.
So if he did have his choice and went to Sports of the Winter, that's not a positive for Violent. Because I like Violent Swing. But again, the layoff might have been the reason. Because I think Violent Swing's better than Sports in the Winter if they were both running at the same time now. So that's why I think the layoff maybe could be an issue here for Violent Swing.
Well, the layoff is a negative, but I do like the works because, like I said, we had a discussion before. Ferraro likes to go 50s. He doesn't like to go bullets. He doesn't. Right. So when you see him a little quicker, like she had that 48, that's usually a great sign for them.
Yeah, we got to
get going.
Got to get going. All right, 9th race. Scratch the 1. Freedom Dreams. We'll finish up with a 5,000 claimer, going 5.5 and. Yeah, I mean, you got a couple drop downs in here, and I think the most notable, and I think we both got the horse on. Yeah. You know, we got pretty much the same numbers this race.
I rode the horse we have on top, Thrills with no bills. I rode her. I was working with her last year before she ran. She's a good pick.
Are you surprised that she's dropping to 5?
I am. Yes and no. It's usually not. I'm trying to think of what I can say publicly.
I'll kick you if you say something wrong. No, I won't.
I really loved riding her. She is a little, she's kind of a head case, so that's what's not surprising me. I think they just want to go in for the win. They want to just get, they want to get her confidence back up maybe off that last run. She didn't run bad for the allowance, none two. When I read the form, for me, she's the winner, and I don't see why not.
Right.
I have no reason to give you from when I was riding her that would be why they would drop her so quick down. I don't think it's gonna be like a major soundness issue. I just think they want to keep that roll going from that 2 win the other day.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the horse has never been in for a tag. So, and not necessarily a tag. This is all the way to the bottom tag.
Yeah, and I don't see a reason for her not to be on the board.
Figure to be tough. Allie's Song's been a little bit of a money burner in a sense, where she's been a 3-time beaten favorite, but she's not run bad.
No.
Wouldn't be surprised she won. Country Manor. It does seem like her synthetic races, she's got better numbers than her dirt races lately, but she did run okay in the dirt here.
Yeah, but she ran okay for the 11, so now we're going for the 5. It's going to be improved, so I threw
those. You would think.
Yeah, it's supposed to be.
Right. Yeah. And Value Dreamer, of course, drops as well for Ferraro, and you never can throw out Ferraro and Vivas. Did I say that right? I just corrected on her last name. Sophia.
I'm very friendly with her, and I can tell you, I don't know.
Well,
she's
well,
a
why don't
wonderful
you-
person.
We just call her Sophia.
Yeah,
She's a really good rider. Is what we
I call her Sophie.
Okay. She's
And
a good-
I ask permission for that too.
Okay. Well, enjoy today's card. That was our picks for the day. Kind of keep an eye on the
Yeah.
weather and stuff. I think it's supposed to clear up later. So this track is still drying out a little bit. Oh, we don't have racing tomorrow. Next live day is not going to be till
We're
Monday.
so bored. I think
I got things to do. I don't know about you.
I think I'm going to put a poll on social media of what we should dress up for Halloween. I'm going to do that.
I always.
I'm
I
so
don't know.
excited.
Make sure that it passes through management because I think I got in trouble before for what I've worn.
Oh yeah, we got to be politically correct.
No, I mean, I just we'll enjoy it. I'm sure.
I'll get that story later.
Okay, yeah, we'll talk about that later. But Monday will be the next racing card, so we'll be back then. 1:00 first post. Seems like a few days from now.
Yeah.
Enjoy it. Thanks, Jackie, for being on the show. By the way.
Thank you. Uh-huh.
Horses coming on the track. First race here at Finger Lakes. Leading the post parade, number 1, Our Man Mike with Sofia Vivez. Number 2 is Don't Lose Cruz, Luis Perez, the rider. Number 3, Rhymes Like Dimes, and Andre Worry. Number 4, Crypto Causeway, Jeremias Flores partners up. Number 5, Wild Banker, Kevin Navarro. And number 6, Z-Bear. Caber Koa is the jockey. Post time in approximately 4 minutes. 2 minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate for the first race from Finger Lakes. And the horses have made their way to the starting gate for the first race from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go a mile and 70 yards. First of 9 races on a Wednesday here at Finger Lakes. Track is fast. Big favorite 3 to 5, number 6, Z-Bear. Winner of his last couple races here at Finger Lakes. No strong second choice, 4 to 1 on both Our Man Mike and Crypto Causeway. Wild Banker going up and in. Z-Bear to the outside. They're all on the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. A glorious start. Z-Bear, Don't Lose Cruise, and Rhymes Like Dimes are the 3 quickest, and now it's Don't Lose Cruise and Z-Bear who are first and second, as Rhymes Like Dimes backs off the pace in third and veers out a little bit into the path of Crypto Causeway. Wild Banker is in second last, and Our Man Mike is saving ground at the back of the pack and about 9 lengths off the lead. Don't Lose Cruise has the lead by a half length over Z-Bear, who's prompting outside in second. A space of 4 lengths to Rhymes Like Dimes, a clear-cut third, then 2 lengths to Crypto Causeway, who's about 5 lengths in front of Wild Banker, and a margin of 2 to Our Man Mike, who brings up the rear, is now about 16 lengths off the lead. First quarter, 24 and a fifth. Don't Lose Cruise has the lead as Z-Bear is applying the heat outside in second. A gap of about 8 lengths to Rhymes Like Dimes in third, the opening half in 48 seconds. Crypto Causeway in the green blinkers towards the inside in fourth. Then a margin of about 7 lengths to the trailers, Wild Banker and Our Man Mike. Midway on the far turn, Z-Bear now pokes the head in front of Don't Lose Cruise, who's all in to try and keep up with Z-Bear at this point in time. Still about 8 lengths back to Rhymes Like Dimes in third. Crypto Causeways in fourth, but at least 10 lengths off the lead as they turn into the stretch. Z-Bear's on top of Don't Lose Cruise. Rhymes Like Dimes looming large on the outside third, 5 lengths off the lead, 16th to go. Z-Bear leads by 2. Rhymes Like Dimes got him in his sights on the outside. Rhymes Like Dimes sweeps on by for the win. Z-Bear's second, third Don't Lose Cruise, close for fourth Crypto Causeway or Wild Banker. Number 3, Rhymes Like Dimes first, 3624 in race number 1 from Finger Lakes. Mile 70 yards, 143.37. $9.64 the winning mutual on Rhymes Like Dimes. Back to the winner's circle. New York bred, 6-year-old dark brown gelding by Union Jackson out of Sleek. Timothy Murphy, owner trainer. Andre Worry, the winning jockey. Hidden Lake Farm and Fred Rosen bred Rhymes Like Dimes. Exacta, $29.94. Trifecta, $19.68. Super, $11.54. Second race from Finger Lakes, scratch number 6, Sarah's Story. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and pick 3 wagering. Post time for race 2 in 19 minutes at 1:29 p.m. Jockey Change 6 race for number 8 Constant Chaos, Raylu Gutierrez. Raylu Gutierrez.
All right, getting ready for race number 2. A little bit of an upset there as it takes the first race money. Cesaro herself cost $30,000 back in May as a 2-year-old. So that bodes well for her. They thought enough of her. And that was her debut. So she's got a lot of room to improve off of that race. For Nick Zito, who's done well bringing horses in here. Photo ID is the 5-horse for John Buckley. Had one start, comes out of a race won by Lovely Passion. I mean, that horse won pretty easily on the front end. No, didn't really back up, so it's tough to gauge how good the rest of them are, because it wasn't like a phenomenal time or something. But she may have needed the race. She could come back and improve in her second start. Again, seems like an easier field today. A lot of them, the ones that have run, talk about Photo ID and Princess Zara, you're going to get easier fields today. The 4, She's a Goddess, is one of the first-time starters in here. She's out of Hera, who was more of a turf horse. Hera won 4 of her 5 starts on the turf. The other win that she had on the dirt was going long, so she never won a short dirt race. This will cost $6,000 as a yearling. See how she does first time out. The other firster is the 1, Scarlet Queen. She's a Kentucky bred. Same thing. The dam, more turf on that dam side, and the full to a stakes place horse that was on the turf. So see how that one runs for a second. Got a little better works than some of the other horses in here. So it's a few of them in a very tricky 2-year-old filly race. Exactitry Super Daily Double in the pick 3 starts. We did have the 1 scratch. The 6-horse, Sarah Story, is out.
Fillies coming on the track, second race at Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Scarlet Queen and Luis Pena. Number 2, Rubies for Olivia and Joel Cruz. Number 3, Princess Azara, Lane Luzzy into ride. Number 4, She's a Goddess with Cabercoa. Number 5, Photo ID, Kevin Navarro, the jockey. Scratch the 6. Post time for race 2 in about 3 minutes or so. Horses are approaching the starting gate for race 2 from Finger Lakes. And the fillies have arrived at the gate for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. 2-year-old filly Maidens going 6 furlongs. 3 of the fillies between 9 to 5 and 2 to 1 in the wagering. Rubies for Olivia going up. Princess Azara. Then She's a Goddess and Photo ID. Photo ID to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Photo ID and Princess Azara. These two barrel out for the lead, but it's Princess Azara lets it out a notch and opens up by a length and a half. Photo ID races in second. Scarlet Queen improving up the inside in third. She's a Goddess in fourth, and 3 parts of a length to Rubies for Olivia, who's in the fifth and trailing position at about 4.5 lengths off the lead. Half mile to go. It's Princess Azara on top. Scarlet Queen up the inside in second. Photo ID stalks in third. A length and a half back to She's a Goddess, who's going to have to circle up wide, is in second last. And Rubies for Olivia in traffic at the back of the pack and out about 6.5, 7 lengths off the lead as Princess Azara opens up. Princess Azara has the lead by 6. She's a Goddess from fourth up in the second. Rubies for Olivia got through towards the inside, and Rubies for Olivia is up in the second at about 4 lengths off the lead of Princess Azara. Princess Azara got the head start on Rubies for Olivia, but Rubies for Olivia is not giving up on the outside, only 2 lengths off the lead, and Rubies for Olivia will try and pass Princess Azara, and Rubies for Olivia from last to first, and will break the maiden by a length and a half over Princess Azara. Then it was Scarlet Queen, and She's a Goddess. Two, three, 1, 4. Number 2, Rubies for Olivia first. official. Rubies for Olivia pays $12.28 to win. First time starter, New York bred, 2-year-old chestnut filly by Busted Stones out of Dancing Slippers. Glass Tip Stable. Owner breeder, Jonathan Buckley the trainer, Joel Cruz the winning jockey. Double $42.44, exacta $69. 50-cent try, $30.92. Dime Super, $8.39. Third race, Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 4 wagering. Post time for race number 3 in 20 minutes at 1:58 p.m.
All right, coming up on race number 3, and that was a big effort as that horse able to run down Princess Aurora late to in that wide open 2-year-old race. Always a lot of fun, those 2-year-old races. We got another one later. I think we got the boys in race number 6. So that's the trend today, a couple 2-year-old events. We look at the third here, though. It's a 4,000 claimer going right all the way below the bottom. Goes the distance of 6 furlongs. And you got a short price favorite on the board right now. It's the 6 Boss Tweed, who appears to be the speed of the race. This one dropped big time after being in for the waiver claim for 20,000 in New York. Came in here for 5. And just kind of chased Max Foster, who finished up in 105. Barfly, who's in here, passed him in that race. But like a couple of them, they drop, including Barfly, dropped to 4,000. He just seems to have a tactical edge in here with the lack of pace, and also has a little back class and may even improve off of that race. Keep in mind, that was only his second start of the year. His prior start was in June. So he's got a short pricer now at odds of 3 to 5. You got Smooth Tails, who will be sitting in a good position as he's got tactical speed to be close with the lone speed of Boss Tweed. Andre Worry aboard. Andre's been on fire. Andre won 3 races yesterday. Continues. Just seems like it's just Andre Worry or Joel Cruz lately. But Andre Worry, he's going to be in a good spot. He ran second behind the lone speed horse, Production Credit. Probably be even closer with this one because there's a lack of any other early speed in here that he might just be able to follow the leader and land a share. Captain My Heart ran right behind Smooth Tails in that last race, switches back to Cruz, who ran second with him against the 4,000s going this distance in the race before. So back to 3/4 for Captain My Heart. He's an obvious top 3 threat in race number 3. We start the pick 4 with this race. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double also available.
Horses coming on the track, race number 3 from Finger Lakes. There's number 1, Oliver with a Twist. Chris Russell aboard. Next up, number 2, Smooth Tails and Andre Worry. Number 3, Captain of My Heart, Joel Cruz. Number 4 is Barfly, John Barrios. Number 5, Almond Cider, Oscar Gomez. And number 6, Boss Tweed, Cabercoa. Post time in approximately 4 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go 6 furlongs. Odds on favorite 4 to 5. Number 6, Boss Tweed. One out, Boss Tweed. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks like a pretty good start. Boss Tweed, Almond Cider, these two blaze out for the lead. Smooth Tails, prominent in third, about 3 lengths off the lead. Half length to Captain of My Heart, who's a half length in front of Barfly, and 2 lengths to Oliver with a Twist, who's at the back. Almond Cider kicks on through towards the inside, claims that lead away from Boss Tweed. Then we got a line of 3. Smooth Tails, Captain of My Heart, and Barfly. And then 4 lengths to the trailer, Oliver with the Twist. First quarter mile clicked off in 23 and a fifth. They're on the turn. Almond Cider with 3 furlongs to go has a lead by a neck over Boss Tweed second. It's Barfly sweeps up to the outside in third. Captain of My Heart to the outside of Smooth Tails, 4th and 5th, and 6 lengths to the trailer, Oliver with a Twist. As they arrive at the top of the stretch, Almond Cider, Boss Tweed comes under a ride. Smooth Tails able to squeeze on through towards the inside, and Barfly is cut loose on the grandstand side. Almond Cider swamped from all directions. Captain of My Heart's now striking the front. In second, Smooth Tails outside Barfly in deep stretch. It's Captain of My Heart. Give Cruz a riding double on the card. Smooth Tails second, Barfly third, Almond Cider fourth. 3245. Number 3, Captain of My Heart first. 6 furlongs, 112.54. Back to the winner's circle. Number 3, Captain of My Heart. New York bred, 5-year-old big gelding by Honorable Dylan out of Freud Ian Girl. Elizabeth Hendy and Linda Dixon, the owners. Elizabeth Hendy is the owner, Linda Dixon, the trainer. Joel Cruz, the winning jockey. Elizabeth Hendy is one of the breeders, along with Morgan Klein. Third race official. $8.88, the winning mutual. You got a daily double. 2 and 3. $54.54. Exacta, $30.94. Trifecta, $26. Super, $14.39. Fourth race from Finger Lakes, scratch the 1, the Delaware Boys. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Of course, traditional win, place, and show available. Post time for race number 4 in about 21 minutes at 2:27 p.m.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 4, and good luck, Captain of My Heart. Another win for Joel Cruz. Gets that victory for Dixon. They'll start off the pick forward. Nothing from the big favorite in that race. Fourth race starts pick 3, Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double. Also available in here. Start talking about the Linda Rice trainee, Arcadian. Comes off a second place finish last time. Keeps running into this time, yes. Ran third behind that horse, then ran second behind him last time against the 11-9. Ran good. So, but he does drop again to 5,000. If he just repeats that last effort, you got to think that he's going to be right there, probably even wins against this group. One thing about this race is there isn't a lot of pace. The speed actually comes from the outside with 5 aces. He's not really that fast. It'll be interesting to see what the tactics will be, but there's just absolutely no speed inside of him. So he can kind of ease out there to be on the front line and maybe take over at some point. Coming off a second place finish last time, it was an improved effort last time by 5 aces who actually battled a little bit even though they didn't go that fast. Today from the outside, he could be very much a factor, having some early speed and with not much inside him. As far as a threat for a long shot, you got to think Interchanger, who just always fires, always runs the same race. He just hasn't had good pace scenarios in any of his races, and I don't think there's going to be a great pace scenario here either. But he could be in a nice position under Oscar Gomez, who's been on fire. And he's run against these horses, and he's run well against these horses, finishing right with them. So he's hard to leave out as far as tries and supers, and maybe with the right kind of trip today, he could get the victory. And he hasn't run over since we refreshed the track. He hasn't been run over it either. Maybe he may like the track as well. The 3-horse Deputy Tremont is another long shot who, if he can forgive the last effort, can use. Now, he was in that race where half the field scratched, but he ran well, and he went 6 furlongs last time, and even though he finished off the board 6, it wasn't like he was that badly beaten, and he didn't have that great of a trip, find himself with too much to do in that 6 furlong race. He could be in position a little closer with 5 aces in here and hang around for a share and maybe even be a factor late. Another one that could be in range to win this one now, especially with the scratch of the Delaware Boys. When the 1-horse Delaware Boys is out, that puts Deputy Tremont second from the rail, and that could be a good trip for him. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 3 starts with race number 4. Again, we scratched the 1, the Delaware Boys, and you got about 7 minutes to post. Good luck.
Horses coming on the track, fourth race here at Finger Lakes. A couple of the horses already broken off. Number 3, Deputy Tremont, Luis Perez. Number 4, seventh race Shake, and Nasario Alvarado. Number 6 with no name, Christian Navarro. Number 7 is Arcadian, Hammond Harkey. Number 8, Wine Responsibility, Rafael Regina Jr. And number 9, 5 Aces. Oh, there's number 2, Rockable, John Barrios. Number 5, Interchanger, Oscar Gomez. Post time in a few minutes. approaching the gate. Horses at the gate, race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Field of 8 to go 6 furlongs. With no name. Arcadian, Wine Responsibility, and 5 aces. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Horrible start for Interchanger, and the rider came off. Interchanger is out of the race. It's 5 aces who motors out for the lead. Deputy Tremont's in second. 2 more lengths back with no name in third. Arcadian, the favorite, is in fourth, 6.5 lengths off the lead. 7th race Shake, improving up the inside in fifth. And then in sixth place, that's Wine Responsibility. And then Rockable of the horses still in the race is at the back of the pack. As they make the entry into the turn, 5 aces dictating the tempo on the front end. Has a lead by 2 lengths over Deputy Tremont second. Arcadian's ridden along in third, now losing third to Wine Responsibility as it's with no name towards the inside fifth. 7th race Shake goes deep on the course in sixth, and many lengths back to Rockable as they arrive at the top of the stretch. 5 aces cuts the corner. Deputy Tremont comes to tackle outside second, then about 8 lengths back to Arcadian, and 7th race Shake, 1 furlong to go. 5 aces on top by 1.5 lengths over Deputy Tremont in second. 16th to go. 5 aces, Deputy Tremont. 5 aces, a front-running victory. Deputy Tremont second, 7th race Shake in third, with no name fourth. Stewards have posted the inquiry sign. They're going to take a look at the start of this fourth race. No action taken. Stewart's ruled horse caused his own problem at the start. Nine, 3, 4, 6 in race number 4 from Finger Lakes. To the winner's circle, number 9, 5 Aces. New York bred, 4-year-old big under by Cantharos out of Magnolia Lane. Walter Downey, the owner. Jonathan Buckley, the trainer. Kevin Navarro, the winning jockey. Tea Party stable bred, 5 Aces. 2 wins in the card for trainer Jonathan Buckley. $8.94 the winning mutual for a $2 investment on 5 Aces. Daily double, $54.56. Exacta, $82.24. Trifecta, $109.37. Super, $255.46. Pick 3, $110.32. Fifth race from Finger Lakes, scratch number 2, Norgay. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 5 wagering. Post time in 23 minutes at 3 p.m.
I get ready for race number 5, and looking back at the 4th, 5 Aces was able to completely control the pace. Probably helped that a few of them got off slowly in that race. They did have a spill as an interchanger got tangled up at the start. Hopefully Oscar's okay there, and that one out of the race. But 5 Aces got the best of it as he was able to get out there to a lonely lead and get the victory. 5th race, Scratch the 2, Norgay, and a bunch of drop downs. It's a drop down showcase race here because the majority of the field are coming down in class. You got Blake B coming down from an open 16 in Saratoga. You got Warriors Revenge back down to 5 after running against the 11 and 9s. Storm and Sammy was running against allowance horses earlier in the year. Then the outside horse, When Love Takes Over, ran against the 11 and 9s after running against Tougher at Saratoga. So you got 4 of them of the 7 rivals that are dropping in class. So makes for an interesting and tricky $5,000 claimer. Start with Blake B. I mean, the question is going to be the distance with this horse, as he's gone primarily longer distances. He doesn't have a lot of early speed, but he takes such a big drop in class. It was just claimed for $16,000. They tried once at Saratoga for Rudy Rodriguez, and now ends up here with Chris Engelhart. Very well-bred horse by that Malibu Moon. The dam is a half to Pat on the back. Remember that one? That was a pretty good one. See how Blake B does at the bottom level. Maybe the distance is a concern. One thing's not. He should be tough at against this competition. The 4, Callie's Dream, is a horse that's been running at 5. He actually ran at 4. Was much the best winner running for 4 as he got a nice trip under Andre Worry. And last time he didn't run that badly. They didn't come back to him. It was Keggs and Rebel Empire. Keggs got a nice trip, and then Rebel Empire hung around to be second. But that 23 first quarter, he had the same type of trip he had the race before. It just didn't work out for him as far as getting the win. But I can see a similar trip for Kylie's Dream here. And if with production credit going to the lead from the rail and Storm and Sammy as the presser, Kylie's Dream should be able to have something to run at sitting close again with that stalking position. The 6 horse mentioned Storm and Sammy. He's really tailed off going to other tracks. And you got to hope that that didn't completely take the heart out of him as they send him right down to the bottom here. He was in with a fitness edge early in the year when we were running 4.5. A lot of the horses off a longer layoff. He won 2 in a row, but ran good times and beat horses, good horses in those lifetime allowance. But he gets some class relief here, going all the way bottom. Another one to consider, as is the 8, When Love Takes Over. They're shopping for a spot where he could win. This is the lowest he's been, obviously, but he did run a little bit better last time, beating one horse. Considering that he broke so badly last time, I think he'll be overlooked in this race. But he was really compromised by the start and just overmatched, so he gets the class relief as well. I keep saying they all get class relief, but when a bunch of them drop, it might be not so much. It might just be a really tough $5,000 heat, and that's what we got here. And you got about 8 minutes to post for this 5th race. Remember, we start the late pick 5 with the 5th. We scratch the 2, Norgay.
horses are coming on the track. Fifth race here at Finger Lakes. Scratch the 2 Norgay. There's number 1, Production Credit with Emmanuel De Diego. Number 3, Blake B. and J.M. Rohina. Number 4, Khalid's Dream and Andre Worry. Number 5, Warrior's Revenge, Kevin Navarro. Number 6, Storm and Sammy, Oscar Gomez. Number 7, New York Riesling, Christian Navarro. And number 8, When Love Takes Over, Luis Perez. Post time in just a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the gate. Horse is loading up for race 5. New York Riesling going in. Still waiting for New York Riesling. Riders off Blake B. Blake B taken out of the gate. Late scratch number 3, Blake B. Number 3, Blake B is a late scratch from this 5th race. There'll be a short delay. Scratch number 3, Blake B. New York Riesling going up. Storm and Sammy, and When Love Takes Over. They're all on the gate. And they're off. It's Storm and Sammy and production credit. These two quickest off the mark. And then in third, New York Riesling, followed up by Warrior's Revenge to the outside of Khalid's Dream, 4th and 5th. And When Love Takes Over deep on the course at the tail of the field. 2 flights as they race up the backstretch. 5 lengths will cover the lot, half mile to go. Production credit has a lead by a half length over Storm and Sammy, who's anxious on the outside. When Love Takes Over is on the far outside in a joint third with Khalid's Dream. And then it's Warrior's Revenge splitting rivals from 5th up into 3rd. And at the back, New York Riesling's about 7 lengths off the lead. Less than 5/16 to go. Storm and Sammy dueling with production credit. Warriors Revenge draws closer third. Khalees Dream White Blinkers fourth. When Love Takes Over drops back in fifth. They're in upper stretch. Storm and Sammy production credit. Khalees Dream gets through towards the inside. And then it's Warriors Revenge shaking up in fourth. 16th to go. Storm and Sammy leads. Khalees Dream's up into second. They come down to the winning line. It's Storm and Sammy victorious over Khalees Dream. Production credit third. Warriors Revenge fourth. Six four one five. Number six Storm and Sammy first. 5.5 furlongs. 105.11. Storm and Sammy in the winner's circle. Kentucky bred. 3-0 Grey Gelding by Ironicus out of Alpha Storm. Frank Fumira, owner breeder. Rachel Sells, the trainer. Oscar Gomez, the winning jockey. $5.44. The winning mutual, double $37.84. Consolation double $8.68. Exacta $14.86. Trifecta $15.29. Super $6.13. Pick five. 5 of 5. $2,313.82. You are reminded there was a late scratch in the fifth race of number 3, Blake B. Race 6, Finger Lakes. Scratch number 3, a bit raggedy. Put Ray Lou Gutierrez on number 8, Constant Chaos. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 4 wagering. Post time in 20 minutes at 3:32 p.m.
right, we're getting ready for race number 6, and that was Storm and Sammy able to get the victory. There was a late scratch in there. The favorite Blake B scratched at the gate. Unsure which one was the post-side favorite there, but there at least there's refunds with the exact and trifectas Blake B scratched. So it turned into basically a 2-horse race with the disappearance of Blake B, and they did run 1-2, Storm and Sammy and Callie's Dream. And Storm and Sammy got the better of us as Callie's Dream didn't want to come up the inside. But they went a quick time. They went 105 in race number 5. So good return to Finger Lakes for Storm and Sammy at that reduced level. All right, 6th race, and this is quite the puzzle here for these 2-year-olds going 6 furlongs. We scratched the 3 a bit raggedy. See a lot of early play on the 8, Constant Chaos. Horse is very well bred for the turf, out of a dam by Kitten's Joy. See how he handles the dirt, but I guess it's a positive sign if you're back in that one. If he does handle the dirt, he certainly could play in here. I got one of the firsters, King's Dancer, who is a full to a good one that ran here. Queen's Dancer. Also, another half is the Queen's horse that's running for Linda Dixon. That's won a couple in a row, and then is entered out of condition this week. But you got to wonder how this horse is going to run first time out. Generally, of course, Queen's Dancer had some speed and was just overall a good filly. So this is her brother, and he's getting a little action at 9-2. I guess that's a positive sign, as he's one of a bunch that you can make a case for in this 2-year-old event. The 5-horse Chrysler, logical player in here. If you're playing at least tries, he's going an extra half furlong here, and I think that's only going to help. His first start was 5. He ran a good second. He ran 3rd behind Rockstar Casanova, and looked like he wanted a little more distance as he was making a late move. Just kind of a little bit of just kind of a mild move that he made at the end. So it was looking like he probably wants the 6 furlongs. So the extra half furlong certainly helps. He's a little cold on the board early. I guess they're trying to figure out who to bet here. Most of the money is going on the turf horse. But Chrysler kind of got to include that one off of the good 2 efforts. He's got a little more experience in some of these as well with those 2 races. Then we look at the 7 Savage State. Same race as Chrysler, and encountered a lot of trouble. So if you're a trip player, you might want to back this one, as he got off slow, then tried to rush up the inside, kind of had to wait there. He checked a couple times, and then when the rail opened up, he did have a little bit of run, but finished right with Chrysler. So probably got the worst of it if you're comparing Savage State and Chrysler, although Chrysler's probably going to like the 6 furlongs a little more than Savage State. We'll see. But if you're a trip player and you watch that race, you might want to consider Savage State coming back with that one. He's a little bit of a price right now at odds of 7-1. Other horses to consider, you got the 1, Sunday's Currency. Ran 2nd last time against probably an easier field. Tough to gauge. We haven't seen any of these horses run, but almost won and looked good in that race, as High Yield Hunk just came back and ran in the stakes race. So he's another one to consider off of a good debut. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Late Pick 4 starts in a puzzle of a 2-year-old maiden race. We scratched a 3 a bit raggedy.
Horses coming on the track. Race 6, Finger Lakes, scratch the 3. Number 1 is Sunday's Currency and Rafael Regina Jr. Number 2, Same Old Story, Cabercoa. Number 4, By Mink Standards, and Christian Navarro. Number 5, Chrysler, Jeremiah Flores. Number 6, King's Dancer, Joel Cruz. Number 7, Savage State, and John Barrios. Number 8 is Constant Chaos, jockey change to Raylu Gutierrez. Number 9, Abject, and Andre Worry. And last but not least, number 10, Instant Success, and Emmanuel de Diego. Post time in a few minutes. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate for race 6. And the horses have reached the starting gate. Race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Field of 9 to go. 6 furlongs, 2-year-old maidens. 6 to 5, number 8, Constant Chaos. 5 to 2, number 1, Sunday's Currency. King's Dancer goes in. Savage State. Savage State and John Barrios next in the line. Constant Chaos, Abject, and Instant Success. They're all on the gate. And they're off. Checking after the start, Chrysler. Instant Success edging out for the front end. Constant Chaos flashing early speed. And then it's Same Old Story at the fence in third. 2.5 lengths, Savage State, mid-pack in fourth, Abject a length and a half behind him in fifth. And then it's King's Dancer, 6. 3 lengths to Chrysler's on the move on the outside, passing by Mink Standards. And 2 lengths to Sunday's Currency, who brings up the rear. On to the turn. Instant Success on top, but it's Savage State able to thread his way through traffic, and Savage State has the lead with less than 3 furlongs to go. Third place, Constant Chaos, as Same Old Story drops back and forth. Abject under pressure, 5th, 7 lengths off the lead, and then it's King's Dancer and Chrysler. By Mink Standards in second last. Sunday's Currency trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Savage State the first to face us. Instant Success attempts to re-rally on the outside, and Constant Chaos on the grandstand side. These 3 across the track, 1 furlong to go. It's Constant Chaos now forging to the front. Savage State, Instant Success second and third. It's Constant Chaos. Constant Chaos wins. Head bobber for second. Between Instant Success and Savage State, then it was King's Dancer fourth. Number 8, Constant Chaos first, and number 10, Instant Success got that head bobber for second. 8, 10, 7, 6. 6 furlongs, 113.16. To the winner's circle. Number 8, Constant Chaos. New York bred, 2-year-old bay colt by Honest Mischief out of Sarah's Kitten. Clear Star Stable and Mitri Box Stable. The ownership, Jonathan Buckley. The trainer, Ray Lou Gutierrez, picked up the winning ride. 3 wins in the card for trainer Jonathan Buckley. $5.70 the winning $2 Win Mutual. Double, $20.96. Exacta, $129.28. Trifecta, $517.79. Super, $630.31. Pick 3, $23.80. Consolation pick 3, $7.79. Pick 4, 4 of 4, $85.25. Seventh race here at Finger Lakes. Scratch number 1, Cuz I'm Elegant, and scratch number 3, Teresa. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Daily double. Pick 3 wagering. Post time. Race 7 in 19 minutes at 4:01 p.m.
All right, getting ready for race number 7. We looking back at the sixth race, and uh, yeah, the horse by the dam out of Kitten's Joy, Constant Chaos, turf to dirt. That was enough, as that one was able to get the victory, take advantage of uh, the early move by Savage State. That one, and instant success, was pretty aggressive in that race. Had something to run at late. Chris Elliott, very good rider. He gets the win. Another victory for John Buckley. So some smart money on that one in that puzzle of the 2-year-old race. Seventh race, the never won 2 claimer. 5,000 claimer going 5.5. And we scratched the 3 Teresa and the 1 Cuz Elegant. The interesting about this race is the true lack of pace. You got really just no pace whatsoever. And, you know, you got Stella Brown, who had pace, but not very fast pace when she broke her maiden for 5. She was claimed out of that race. Pasadena Chanel has been close up, and Cue the Music has shown some route speed. So it could be interesting how how the pace flow goes in this particular race. I thought Pasadena Chanel could find herself on the front line. She just missed when she ran for 11-9. First start over the track. She went 5.5 that day and looked like the winner. She actually took over the lead in the stretch, maybe pulled herself up a little bit, looking for competition, and she caught it just at the wire. She hasn't been able to repeat that performance, but the last race isn't as bad as it looks. Open Soul Autism was a runaway winner, so you know you're only 4 or 5 lengths behind that horse that would beat this field by double digits. That's kind of how you got to look at it, and I give her a big chance dropping in class to 5,000. She's going to get play. She's at odds of 2-1. Another strong player in here is the 2 Cue the Music. Cue the Music takes a significant drop in class, dropping to the bottom. She hasn't had a lot of dirt experience. She's only had 2 starts in her career on the dirt, and her last start here was one of them, and she just didn't fire at all trying the route. So she cuts back in distance to 5.5, stays on the dirt surface, but the big thing is the easier competition. She drops big time down to the bottom. The 7 change order, well, against it from a pace flow situation, but certainly running good enough to win here. She dropped to 5, responded to the drop. The race didn't come up that tough as they went in 1:15 and change for the 6 furlongs. She shortens up to 5.5. I'm not sure if that's going to be a good thing because she's a deep closer in a race lacking in pace, but she's got enough talent to run well against these rivals. The 5 Stella Brown, I'm going to include this horse just because of the lack of pace. She does have the possibility of flashing some speed with Oscar Gomez. She won her maiden race on the front end, although they went 48 to the half. But you might have a race like that in here where they're going to do 47 and change for 5.5 furlongs. Very good possibility that could happen, which could be an advantage for a horse like Stella Brown. She's had absolutely no form since breaking her maiden and changing barns, but maybe with a pace advantage here might get her into the number at a big price. So that's some of the contenders for the 7th race. Exacta Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts. We scratched at 1 and 3.
Fillies and mares coming on the track for race 7 from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 1 and 3. Leading the post parade, number 2, Cue the Music in Cabercoa. Number 4, Our First Lady, Joel Cruz. Number 5 is Stella Brown. And Oscar Gomez aboard. Number 6, Pesadilla Chanel and Raylu Gutierrez. Number 7 is Change Order and Christian Navarro. Number 8, Journey of 5, Hemant Harkey. And number 9, Positively, Jeremiah Flores. Call the shots. Post time for race 7, just a few minutes. Approaching the gate. And the fillies and mares have arrived at the gate for race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Field of 7 to go 5 1/2 furlongs. Claimers non-winners of 2. Battle for favoritism between number 2, Cue the Music, and number 4, Our First Lady. Actually, the 6, Pesadilla Chanel, 9 to 5, 7 to 2 on Our First Lady. Field loading up. Journey of 5 goes in positively to the outside, positively the last of the 7 to come forward, and they're all in the gate. And they're off, hop in the air at the start, Journey of 5. Change order sending out for the lead, Cue the Music. Also going for the front end, Stella Brown splits rivals up in the second. Change order races third. Positively far outside in fourth. Pesadilla Chanel shuffled fifth. Journey of 5 after that bad start towards the inside in sixth. About 6.5 lengths off the lead in a gap of 3 to Our First Lady, who's in the 7th and trailing position. Cue the Music leads this group into the turn. The lead's 3. Stella Brown shaking up in second. Positively outside third. 3 furlongs from the winning line. Pesadilla Chanel re-rallies up the inside to get 4. Change order 5th, then 4 more lengths to Our First Lady, and Journey of 5 now at the back of the pack as they wind their way to the top of the stretch. Cue the Music is the first to face us. Pesadilla Chanel in about the 3 path now goes to the outside of Cue the Music's path, positively outside of her. Change orders at the fence, and Our First Lady on the grandstand side closing in. 16th to go. Change order at the fence, but it's Our First Lady on the outside. Our First Lady and Change order. Our First Lady wins, defeating Change Order. Then it was Cue the Music and Pesadilla Chanel. Four, 726, number 4, Our First Lady first. 5.5 furlongs, 106.47. To the winner's circle, number 4, Our First Lady. New York bred, 5-year-old gray mare by Race Day out of Belongs to Dixie. Keith Dickstein is the owner. James Aquilano, the trainer. Joel Cruz with a big day. Win number 3 for Joel Cruz. Dixie Partners and Keith Dickstein. Bred Our First Lady. $13.64 to win. Double $61.50, exacta $50.24. Trifecta $78.54. Dime Super $25.48. 8th race from Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double wagering. Post time for the 8th race in 21 minutes at 4:30 p.m.
All right, eighth race will start the final double on the card, and that was surprising. That was a race I did not expect to fall apart like that. As Cue the Music went very quick early. There's a lack of pace in there, but she sent to the front in some pretty decent fractions. Everybody kind of was on the chase except for Change Order, made an early move up the rail, and then the last move was the good move as Joel Cruz got our first lady, went last to first. So sometimes those races fall apart. The last move is the best move, and that one gets a victory for Jim Aquilano. Last race, or sorry, the eighth race. So we got two more. This starts mentioned the double exacta try and super offer. It's 11-9, never won 3 condition. And look at some of the contenders in here. The one is Prince of Truth. As you see, not any real big favorites in here. Prince of Truth's an interesting one because he could get a stalking trip from the rail position. He was just never really in it. East Coast Girl kind of speed popped the field as one of the other speeds didn't get out all that well. And Prince of Truth, like everybody, was in chase mode after that. The race before wasn't terrible considering they went in 110. But you notice the times of the last 2 races that he comes out of. 110 on the August 5th race, and then September 2nd, East Coast Girl went 104 for 5.5 furlongs. So he's coming out of some quick races. And before that, he won in 112 for 6 furlongs. So you think if this was a normal 5.5 furlong race for the level, 11-9, he should be right there. It's just that logic. But Prince of Truth, maybe a good price to look at. He's at odds of 6-1. The 6 is the favorite now, Violent Swing. Deservedly so. His horse won in the slop back in December, but been off since January, and the jockey opts to go to the 4, Shorts in the Winner, who has a shot as well. Both Ferraro horses have a big chance in here. Shorts of the Winner's coming off a gate-to-wire win. Probably won't have it as easy on the front end in this race. So they're going on the track for the 8th. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in here.
Coming on the track, race 8 from Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Here's your field. Number 1 is Prince of Truth and Oscar Gomez. Number 2 is Revivalism. Kevin Navarro aboard. Number 3 is Brewing with Andre Worry. Number 4, Shorts in the Winter, Caber Koa. Number 5 is Scales of Gold, Emmanuel de Diego. Number 6, Violent Swing, Luis Perez. Gray coming onto the track. Number 7, Last Drink, Hemant Harkey. And number 8, John's in Charge, GM Rohita. Post time in a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. And the horses have reached the starting gate for the 8th race from Finger Lakes. Field of 8 to go 5.5. Claimers now winners of 3. 8 to 5 on number 4, Shorts in the Winter. Scales of Gold. Violent Swing. Last Drink and John's in Charge. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks like a very competitive start. Last Drink, Shorts in the Winter, Scales of Gold. Scales of Gold gets that lead over Shorts in the Winter second. Last Drink outside third. A space of 4 lengths to Prince of Truth, who runs along the inside in fourth. John's in Charge in fifth. Brewing splits rivals in sixth, 7 lengths off the lead. And 2 lengths back to Violent Swing in second last, and a gap of 7 lengths to Revivalism, who brings up the rear. Scales of Gold into the turn, 3 furlongs to the winning line. Has a lead by a long neck over Last Drink, who is 3 wide. Shorts in the Winter, demanding racing room in between runners. These 3 across the track, and now it's Prince of Truth who loops up to the outside in fourth. John's in Charge in fifth, and it's Brewing sixth. Seventh plays Violent Swing towards the inside as they turn into the stretch. Shorts in the Winter and then Last Drink. These 2 square off with 1 furlong to go, and Prince of Truth gets every chance on the outside in third. Now up into second, Prince of Truth, 16th to go, and it's Prince of Truth who overhauls Shorts in the Winter, and Prince of Truth will give jockey Oscar Gomez 2 on the card. Then it was Shorts in the Winter closed for third. Revivalism closed late in that photo with Last Drink. 1427, number one, Prince of Truth, first. 5.5 furlongs, 105.65. In the winner's circle, Prince of Truth. New York bred, 5-year-old big gelding by Into Mischief out of La Verdad. Nepal Chatterpaul, the owner. Ralph D'Alessandro, the trainer. Oscar Gomez with a riding double today. $7.26, the winning mutual. Double $125.58. Exacta $29. Try $30.87. Super $63.99. Ninth and final, Finger Lakes, scratch number one, Freedom Dreams. Exacta, trifecta, superfacta wagering. Post time in 18 minutes at 4:56 p.m.
All right, getting ready to conclude this race card and conclude the racing week. As we are done with live racing for this week, we continue live racing Monday as we go into October. Soon, anyway. It's man, it's hard to believe as we get into October next week as the fall is here, and that means 2-year-olds. We had a couple 2-year-old races today, and October 13th will be our next 2-year-old race. That will be the New York Breeders' Futurity. Got a few stakes races that day, as well as the Distance Series finals. Looking back, yeah, that was a good-looking performance. Had to have a winner at some point today. Tracks play a little different today, as we did get that rain and then it dried out. We get to the last never won 2 5,000 claimer, going 5.5 furlongs. We scratched the 1 Freedom Dream. Still got 8 betting interests. Pretty competitive heat here. The 7 Value Dreamer getting some play in the drop-in class. Hasn't shown much since the maiden victory against the special weights. Was a good-looking score that day when he got the lead. There does seem to be some other pace in here that this was going to contend with, but it is for 5,000. Well, you got a big drop down with Thrills with no bills. Well, that's ideal. But this one also broke her maiden against the maiden special weight. She's had one start against winners, and it was at the allowance level, and she ran into She's a Grand, and that one's pretty tough. I think they put that horse in the stakes race. She'll come back to earth here, dropping down to 5,000. Be the first time in for a tag for Thrills with no bills. Should respond to the drop and is a major player. Actually, she's not. She's right now a little cold on the board at 6-1. Mentioned most of the play on Value Dreamer. The 4-horse is Allie's Song. Little bit of a money burner she's become since being claimed. She's well, actually before she was getting claimed too. This is coming to Finger Lakes. She's hit the board 4 straight times since arriving here, but has been the post-time favorite all 4 of those races. Has also had 4 different riders, so it's the first time you'll get the same rider as the last start for Allie's Song. But you also got to wonder, does she want to win? Is she a little bit of a hanger? She's gone to the lead and faded a little bit. She also tried to sit just off and didn't pass anybody. So she runs her race. Might have to get the right kind of trip. Hard to not think that she's going to be in the top 3 in here. And Allie's Song certainly plays. She's at odds of 7-2. Country Banner's an interesting one because she returns at a reduced level, but her numbers are better on the synthetic. She broke her maiden when going to Presque Isle after hitting the board against the 11 and 9s here. And she didn't run badly against winners there, but she'll face winners at the 5,000 level here. So would be no surprise. And she is getting some action, 7-1. Man, board's kind of surprising me here. Actually, the 7's come up a little bit. Maybe we'll see some odds changes in this competitive final race. Again, no live racing for the rest of the week. Next live day will be Mondays, and Jackie Davis will be joining me on the early show again next week, and that'll include Monday, which will have the 1 o'clock first post. See you then.
Going on the track, ninth and final, Finger Lakes. Scratch the one. Here's number 2, Thrills with No Bills, and Andre Worry. Number 3, Country Manor, Cabercoa. Number 4, Ali Song, Relu Gutierrez. Number 5, Diptyque, Emin Harkey. Number 6, Miss Wobbles, and Nasario Alvarado. Number 7, Value Dreamer, Sofia Vives. We'll skip to the 9, Moontown, and Michael Davila Jr. Already on the turn is number 8, Just Words, with Joel Cruz. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate. And the fillies and mares have arrived at the gate for the ninth and final. From Finger Lakes. Field of 8 to go, 5.5 furlongs, fillies and mares. 7 to 5, number 2, Thrills with No Bills. Value Dreamer. Just Words. Moontown. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Value Dreamer, one of many sending out for the lead. Miss Wobbles pokes the head in front. As it's Just Words on the extreme outside in third, a length off the lead. As it's Alley Song towards the inside, fourth, a gap of 3 to Moontown, about 3 lengths in front of Thrills with No Bills, who's in sixth and about 9 lengths off the lead. Country Matters in second last, and Diptyque is 3 wide at the back. Onto the turn, Just Words with a 3 wide bid takes over from Miss Wobbles. Value Dreamer sandwiched in between horses, a half length off the lead but up into second. And then in fourth, Alley Song, 3 lengths to Moontown in fifth. Thrills with No Bills has 9 lengths to find. Country Matters second last. Diptyque trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Just Words comes off the turn, leading by 4. Alley Song on the outside up into second, as it's Moontown on the grandstand side up into third. 1 furlong to go. Just Words leads by 3 lengths over Alley Song and Moontown. 16th to go. Just Words on top by 2. And Just Words give Cruises fourth on the card. Alley Song was second. Moontown third. Close for fourth. Eight, 4, 9, 3. Just Words back to the winner's circle. New York bred 3-year-old chestnut filly by 1,000 words out of Making a Point. Anthony Fontana, the owner, Beth Miller Saul, the trainer, and Joel Cruz with 4 wins on the Wednesday card here at Finger Lakes. Saratoga Glen Farm, and Dean Purdom. Bred Just Words. $16.20 the winning mutual. Daily double $80.72. Exacta $68.08. Trifecta $95.52. Super $61.61. Pick 3 $141.42. Pick 4 4 of 4 $362.06. Pick 5 5 of 5 $813.64. Ninth race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Wednesday. Next live racing day next week will be Monday, first post at 1 p.m. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening.